Hello, everybody. I am here again. D&D time. Words, yes. Why is chat not working? What the fuck? I'm not
Words
gonna.
indeed.
I'm not gonna deal with that. Okay. Let's just. Ba.
Honk.
So, where we last left off, Gideon had gone into a frenzy from not drinking blood, and he is currently trying to drink one of us like a Slurpee, so that's fun.
Specifically
It's also
me.
gotta be the new one.
I need like a metal straw or something.
Gotta be environmentally friendly, huh?
God, now I'm remembering an episode from Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Do not.
It was an alternate dark future where they've got just people on conveyor belts with straws coming out of them.
Moving swiftly along.
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Well, with that in mind, I believe we had left off in the middle of combat. So allow me to go refer to our turn order. It is...
I remember it was specifically Barrett's turn, and it was, I believe, the beginning of his turn.
No,
I actually have the exact thing written down. Gideon is prone with Val on the ground with Hunter's Mark and Gideon. That's for me. And we did, I believe, end at the end of Barrett's turn.
Yeah, we just my turn just ended when we called it.
So then next would be Gloria's turn, and she's still charmed, so doesn't do anything, so it rolls back to Val.
And also the portal to the vault is still open.
No, not unless she's attacked.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, you have to either attack the Sarn person or you have to sake them. I believe saking is an action, I think, like specifically to break them out.
Or you have to kill the person charming them. Because that's how charms work.
No, well, he isn't Sarn to Gideon. He's Sarn by hypnotic pattern that does, you know.
Just sort of bonks you.
So, Mr. Val.
Yep. So
I will say hypnotic pattern is a concentration spell.
Yeah, so very likely, I'm gonna argue very likely that he has probably had his concentration broken. Like, considering all the shit that has happened to him since the beginning, very likely he has broken out.
You would have had to have made several rolls.
On saves, but
yeah.
No, my bad.
Oh well, it's too late now.
Yep. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Moving on.
Yep.
So with Val's turn, I don't know what I want to do. Do I want to be a little shit, or do I want to do what Val would do?
I mean, I will always encourage you do what your character would do. Are you going to throat punch him? Throat punch him.
Close, but I was actually going to kick him in the face. Arm strike.
what move are you going for? Are you
Kick in
going
the
for face punch, kick punch, or are you going for nut shot?
Nut shot. Val's not quite that deep yet. Gideon hasn't pissed him off that much. Alright, so rolling the hits. Jesus Christ, that's not boding well. With that, you know what, Gideon, what's your AC right now?
20.
Yeah, there's no way that hit.
He's prone. If it's a melee,
that's
you
right.
have advantage. Though you'd be prone as well.
Yeah, we're both on the ground, prone technically.
So I think that sort of cancels out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
so
unless you use your movement to stand up and then go for it.
fails.
Although
to kick
you
him in
are
the face.
also theoretically the one holding him down.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
thought he broke the grapple.
Yeah. No, he did. break the
Yeah, that's
grapple.
that is correct. He had.
So you can stand up. Or you can grapple him again.
Doesn't re-grappling take an action though, or could I use my bonus action to do that?
I believe that would be a full action.
I believe the way we had ruled it was that it was an attack action.
Yeah, grapple is specifically a special type of attack.
Yes. Yes, it is. So,
And then we ruled that
The feed was
the pinning maneuver
Yep.
would also be in another attack action. So with extra attack, you can do both in a turn.
right.
Which is infinitely better than rules as written, where each one is a full turn, like, main action.
What range does that have? No, I think Barrack actually would kill me if I tried that.
What?
out of character. Send me the deets. I want to see.
Oh no, I don't have to. I don't have to send it to you. I was gonna be like, oh, I could cast silence, and I was like, wait a minute, that's got a 20-foot radius. Barrack would actually kill me.
No, actually, fucking send it. He has weapons. He would have to step out to heal though.
Yeah.
But he
Let's
does
see.
have the sippy. He does have the juice that is that health
Barrack, you
boost.
said you have the sippy, and I just imagined Barrack with a massive sippy cup for bludgeoning.
You know what? Fuck it. We're going to Misty. Can I Misty step while prone?
Yes.
I mean,
It does not require you to be in any physical position, so you could be upside down and still cast it.
That is glorious.
Misty Step is great when falling.
Oh god, yeah. So I'm going to just Misty Step. I assume I'm like on the other side of Gideon, away from Barrack and Dr. Gavin. So I'm just basically Misty Stepping. It's 30 feet, right? I think it's 30 feet. Yes, 30 feet, just basically behind myself. So 30 feet back.
How big is this room?
I don't think we're really given a size.
Yeah.
The room is yay big.
I was assuming it was roughly like 30 feet round.
The room is 800 square miles. Go.
I didn't ask how
yeah,
big
so
the room was. I said I cast fireball.
But yeah, with that, I will end my turn.
All right.
Misty Step's a bonus action. You could
It is.
go in for something else.
Well, I already used my attack, or I already used my action to try and attack. Failed it. And Val was just like, okay, I'm just gonna move away.
Don't you have 2 attacks?
Reasonable.
'Cause-
And you don't have anything such as action surge or any other.
No.
That's fightery things.
Gotcha.
Fighter is scary.
Yeah, that's like fighter and monk stuff.
Give fighter magic weapons and they will kill everything immediately.
Yeah, and I think the thing
1v1
you're
for us.
talking about.
Oh yeah, because then I know for you to double tap, attack twice as a ranger isn't until level 11, if I recall. So
It depends on the ranger build. As far as I'm aware,
Oh no, I do have an extra attack. Shit.
Oh yeah, you just found that out last session.
I did, because it's buried in my features and traits as this single, like, 8-word sentence. So it's like it gets overlooked. Um, could I misty
someone's
step
on my door,
myself
hang
out
on.
of prone?
Yeah, yes, you already asked that.
Did I? Well, no, I
Yeah.
asked if I could misty step while proned.
Yes.
Okay, so misty stepping out of prone. So now I'm misty step 30 feet away and standing then, right? I just want to make sure that's clear.
E.
Okay. So yeah, with that, I'm going to take my bow and shoot at Gideon
Alrighty.
because he's being a
Wow.
little shithead.
The second time since on a bow at me. Awesome.
With that,
I'm curious
Right.
if we'll be able to take issue.
Okay, so my little cousin. Oh shit! I lost
How
connection.
many D6s? Yes.
Oh, I.
Gideon, your AC is 20, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I make DC. I rolled for 20.
Alright.
With that, this also applies. With that, you little shit. Why did you do that?
I happened to lose connection as soon as I went to go answer the door, so that was fun.
Rip.
Oh,
Lose connection, gain connection. I'm just here as you little shit.
that'll be 9 damage, Gideon.
Not 9 damage. Oh.
And with that will be the end of my turn.
Did you add the damage from Hunter's Mark?
Yep. Yeah, that was part of it. I rolled a 6 on the die for that.
Nice.
Dang! Dang, Mara! Oh! You got ripped a new one there, jeez!
Indeed.
Oh dang! Rip.
Damn! Kids are brutal.
So, what's next? Who's next?
Gavin.
Yeah. I think it's Gavin, me, Gideon, and then
Can we just
Barrick.
get that reposted in the general shenanigans chat?
Repost it.
yeah.
It's right there. in
It-
notes,
it's
but-
the last. It's the last message in notes for lazy tieflings.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yep.
Oh, it's in the general
So-
chat now, thanks to.
Gavin is still frightened and is thinking, well, his thoughts are, and he's like, he's panic thinking in the situation. He moves around from, brain. He moves around from behind Barrack so that he's to the other side of to the side of Gideon, facing him straight and then to the wall. And he pulls out a strange looking odd device. Looks like a little piece of old machinery and he pulls a couple switches on it, aims it, and using the anti-diluvian dynamo, I cast Lightning Bolt.
Alright. That is a dex save, if I know correctly.
Yep.
And I
My
have
D-
disadvantage. Right?
Yep. And my DC is 17.
Alright, let me make a second throw then. I would have rolled 23, I rolled a 10. Awesome.
I think that's a solid fail then. Even adding the whatever aura that is.
Yeah, that would just been a 12, so it makes it.
So lightning bolt connects.
Yeah.
That is 34 points of lightning damage.
Oh, damn.
Dr. Gavin, don't fuck around.
That is my one relic use for the day.
That. Oh, damn, I'm just fucking dead, alright.
Oh?
That is 0 hit
Down or-
points.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
somehow last I checked, like I had more health points than Gideon did, so
which is damn.
I had 25 because I had 30 something, and then Val hit the arrow.
Val got it to within range for the lightning bolt to make sure it goes.
yeah. I'm glad I fucked out of there then.
Well, still, I moved to the side so I wouldn't hit anyone except Gideon. I'm still thinking, like, trying not to hit people, especially, Barrack.
Cause a giant ass stab wound. Still fucking standing.
Yeah, I don't want to deal 34 lightning damage to Barrack as well, so...
You wanna know what would be fucking hilarious about that? He'd still be fucking standing after that.
Ooh. He'd just be mighty angry.
If he would have gotten hit, immediately just another one for the book. But yeah, with that,
So-
Gideon's is Gideon down then?
Yeah, I had 25 health. That was like 30 something. He's basically knocked out in that one blow.
Woo! Alright. So now what?
Well,
He is
Gideon
unconscious and
is
bleeding out.
down. The lightning bolt fired from this device arcs, striking poor Gideon before he can do anything else. And there is Gideon laying, twitching as the electrical impulses course through his body. And now the room is quiet. The air, your hairs are all standing on end on your arms. It feels like, you've just been stood there after a lightning storm. And Gideon now lays down, but not quite out yet. He is in death saves, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mara sort of stretches. Alright, so. Yeah,
He's down, yes. All I am wanting to do with him right now is staple him up. At least stabilize him. So that he's not fucking dying, so we can question him later, but
Before you stabilize him, Val is going to run over and tie his limbs together with the thing of rope he has.
and it's like seeing that, it's like, Get his mouth as well. Get his mouth as well.
If he bites through the rope, you owe me a new one.
Gloria, now blinking, just sort of looks around, looks at Gideon being hogtied on the floor there. Goes, what did I miss?
Don't tie
Too
it through the
much.
mouth. Tie it around the muzzle, like an alligator, so he can't
yeah.
open his mouth.
Well,
I
he
understand. I'm not an idiot.
he doesn't have a muzzle because Dragonborn look like humans in this world.
Oh,
He's
do they look
enough far away from dragons, like, not correctly, depending on how like close you are to that dragon. And Gideon is sufficiently far enough so he doesn't have an outright snout, I believe. Or pretty sure.
Okay. If no snout, then the rope goes in his mouth. And
Several
It's snouted.
times.
so yeah, like as much rope as I can fit there before breaking his jaw.
And then
Wise.
once Val at least gets him to a spot where it's like at least tied up enough, I will at least
Oh,
cast
excuse me.
Spare the Dying, which
Whilst you are... Yes, touch a living creature, and they
at
are
0, they become
stabilized.
stable. Technically has no effect on undead and constructs. but
Yeah.
True vampire is.
Okay, I did not quite catch that.
Stable, it doesn't work on undead, so he's wondering if it would work on medium.
I mean, you are, at least by technicality, alive, and are presently in a state where that is in question, so using something which would stabilize you would bring you back to normalcy. So, yes, it does work.
Alright,
So
so
he's at least out until he. I think it's for 1d4 hours. If I recall.
Well,
Right,
then I would say go ahead and
yeah.
roll that Gideon and see how long you're out for.
Yeah,
roll
stable
what specifically?
1d4, and that's gonna be
1d4.
a stable creature doesn't make death saving throws, even though it has 0 hit points, but it does remain unconscious. The creature stops being if it takes any damage. A stable creature that is not healed regains 1 hit point after 1d4 hours and presumably regains conscious. So
I rolled a 2.
So you're gonna be out for 2 hours.
well, Mara is going to just pull out her sword. Anyone got a cup?
It doesn't matter for right now, Mara. He's probably going to be out for a while.
I mean, we should...
But, looks over to Gloria. I think Gideon went a bit feral because I don't think him being a vampire, I don't think he ate properly.
No, he didn't, and lied to my face about it this morning. So, yeah, he's gonna get an earful from me.
Oh, while I think of it, hey Mara.
Yeah?
Can we temporarily restrict Gideon's access to or at least his administrative level until further notice?
Okay. I have
I think
already forgotten the name of the robot.
Scorpy.
Scorpy. All right. All right.
Chef.
All right. Because at least until further notice, we do not want him being second in command with how he just acted.
All right. Scorpy Remove Gideon's administrator privileges.
Administrator privileges have been removed from recognized user Gideon. Confirmed.
Yes.
And you just sort of see his eyes blink and then stands stock still as he had been up to the point that Gideon went and conked.
Thank you. It's just out of safety reasons.
I would really
With-
not like to have to try and fight Scorpy again, preferably.
Yeah. I definitely don't want that.
Shish kebab.
I'm just glad to be standing right now. Thank you.
No more stabbing throughs with a +10 to hit. Alien super machine.
So, what do we do now? Do we just wait for him to wake up and then feed him, or?
For now, yes, but I and Val will hand the rest of the self-coiling rope to Barrick. I'm going back to what we came here to do. And I'm going to attempt to find a clue to where the souls of my parents are. Yell for me when he wakes up, I guess.
Will do.
Gavin is simply standing there in a slight state of shock, just breathing heavily.
Yeah, it's like that's. I think it's gonna be a whole party sit down with Gideon, party intervention. But yeah, Val, I'm not sure if you're gonna need Mara with you, so
I
take her with you just in
honestly,
case.
if Mara wishes to come with me, it wouldn't hurt to have an extra pair of hands and eyes.
All right then, let's go.
And Val will leave the room.
And Mara will follow.
Actually, he'll backtrack just for a second and yell to Barrick, being like, if he wakes up and I don't make it back, just head on back without me and just order a fucking pig to be brought in.
Will do.
And then he'll leave.
Yeah, I think it's like I know I'm gonna at least sit down, just keep an eye on Gideon, will also just be like taking a hot minute to just fucking sit down.
I would allow you guys all to count this as a short rest for while he is both unconscious. People are searching for different things, you know.
Cool. I will spend one of my cure wounds up a little bit, just for at least some health. 11. Get that.
What even? Why?
It's like I have no idea, but considering he like, oh yeah, that's right. If he became some, I think some sort of, he became something else after he and Gloria spent like a solid few days doing the deed.
Gideon blinks for a moment,
Gideon-
looks over to Gloria, then to Gideon. Huh. Yeah, that'd do that.
Gloria is pulling down the brim of her very tall hat to hide herself even further.
Well, I do not blame you, Gloria. It's just, I think this is more so a Gideon and not asking for help with making sure his current, him being in his current state, not getting to this point where he just, it's like food must consume.
Looking to Barrack, starting to get a bit more cognizance. Oh, you look like shite.
Yeah.
Let's see. What have I got? Where's my... Okay. I reach over to you and out from my sleeve, just what appears to be bands of cloth, gauze, and strips of bandages just come out and wrap around your arm as I just put my hand on your arm, and it pumps a 5th level cure wounds into you.
Damn.
And it rolled terribly for what it is supposed to be, but that's 19 points of healing to you.
That's still a fair bit.
Yeah, no. That should be a
Cool,
bit
he's
better.
back up at full health. Yeah. Between the short rest and the health. I do not want to be doing that again, thank you.
Neither do I. So, forgive me, but I'm not exactly putting my sword away just yet.
Safe. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, definitely one of those things. Give him a little bit of time, he'll wake up. He'll come back up, but he might still be in that headspace of must consume.
I'll sit a few more feet away.
We should probably, once he gets closer to, we start seeing him move a bit to when he gets closer to waking up. I'm willing to at least get at least some sort of like container or something and let some blood run into it just so that he has something, and so he hopefully doesn't stay feral.
Well, whoever's blood it is, it's not gonna be mine. He wouldn't really like that. Chain smoking and alcoholism does things to the blood.
Yeah.
Surprised he came after me. That probably tastes like shite.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, considering, he was in the more to just hungry, 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 he probably saw you as the more opportunistic,
No.
weaker target, potentially. Because between the two of us, or at least three of us, including Gloria, I was, wearing armor versus.
There's also the question of loyalty. I've been here for 3 days. 4 days. Something like that. To him, to all of you, I'm new. To him, in a state like that, new means expendable.
I think even if you weren't there, he still would have gone after someone. So, how are you feeling? You doing okay, Gloria?
Um, I'm I'm very lost because there was very bright colors, and then I was very there just wasn't anything, and then I'd suddenly blink, and Gideon's unconscious, and you all are you. I just noticed, Barrick, you just have a hole from one end to the and whoomp, she faints, just flat, bang, face down on the ground.
Poor
Gavin
Gloria.
Gavin gets up and picks her up and puts her in like a chair or something.
Like, yeah. So, I'm gonna have to do when we get out of this place is go fix this goddamn armor. Because I don't think I can count this as much of armor after more, as, after. But yeah, Varric will also help with making sure Gloria's comfortable.
Susie the Bear Girl, I apologize for not seeing your message before. The chat in my OBS is broken, so I have to look at the YouTube chat. So, welcome to the stream.
And then in the meanwhile, Val and Mara searching.
Excellent timing as we turn to Val and Mara. They're walking, they're searching, they're exploring, and just for you two to know, this will be slightly before what I have asked you both privately.
All right.
All right. Can I roll a dex save? Catch her?
Oh,
What?
well, real quick, that hasn't happened just yet.
Oh, okay.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Fine.
God.
So yes, you both are walking along, exploring these bizarre alien leftovers. What you two doing?
Who the fuck is talking to me? Because I know that ain't Mara.
I mean, again, as mentioned, what I have described to you has not yet occurred.
Okay.
All right, cool, lovely.
And if you two don't pick a topic, I'll give you both one to talk about.
See, now you peer pressured me. It would have came so naturally just a moment ago.
My fault then.
Yep. All Anna's fault.
Mara,
Go
Mara
on.
is just going to sort of, as they're walking, go, so Gideon's pretty strong, huh?
Unfortunately. He's a big, strong idiot. The worst triple combo you could have of anything. Besides sardines, chocolate, and hollandaise sauce.
Mara just visibly gags at that.
You can see Val has had a horror show like this, but he's gotten really good at holding it back.
Well, hopefully now we can get him a good, steady supply of blood, and that won't happen anymore.
Well, he's gonna get it whether he wants to or not, at least while we're here. Once we leave here, it's gonna be an entirely separate issue. I don't even know what to do about it. Like, on the one hand, do we try to find a cure for it? Because it's a detrimental hazard to the rest of us. Or do we just simply come up with a solution and hopefully not have it become a detrimental issue? Mind you, it is also ultimately his decision if he wishes to keep it or get rid of it, so...
True. But I mean, we have 4 other people here with plenty of blood. We can, take turns.
Oh. Assuming that's enough blood to sustain him. I don't know how much he's gonna need to survive. Let alone, what do we do if he gets severely injured and he needs more? I don't know. It's a risk. It's a risk no matter how we look at it.
I mean,
There's also even the risk of getting rid of it as well. We're adding another thing to our list to do, and also seemingly impossible tasks.
maybe Ophelia would be able to help us.
Maybe. Though I'm not sure how well she's gonna take to Gideon if she treated me the way she did. Not that she was out of her right by any means, just
Well, I mean... I mean, she seems pretty nice to me. I'm sure if I ask her nicely and maybe do something for her, she'll help.
the question is, what's she gonna ask of you? Like I said, we've got a mountain of pretty much impossible tasks as it is already, and again, no offense, but I feel like what a god will ask of you is not going to be go to the nearest field and pick me a bouquet of flowers.
Oh, what does the Stalos ask of you?
I'm not even sure. Like, I really legitimately mean that, because at this point, I should have been yelled at for my last two things that I've been asked of, and that is yet to come. And the only thing I've been able to do with him is to go drinking with him. And as grateful as I am for that, I'm kind of waiting for the ball to drop still. And I'm feeling like it's gonna wait until after I've used my last favor.
Hmm.
I don't want to see you guys get hurt, but I don't want to stop you from what you guys believe you should be doing. It is such a conflict of my mental and emotional state right now. Of the things I believe are the same coin, but you can't have both faces be the same. I have to choose a side, and I don't know whether if I should go with my faith or if I should go with my mind.
That sounds... Well, you know that whatever you decide on, you know, I'll be there all the way.
I know. I'll also be with you no matter what you decide, regardless of what I believe in. Or choose to do. It's your life, and you have the right to decide what you want to do with it, regardless of how I feel on the matter. I only wish to always let you know how I feel about it.
Of course.
But
And Go ahead.
But I only expect you to take it under consideration, never to have it be your guide of what you should do.
I mean, you hurt yourself to help me back in hell, so I think it's only right that I return the favor.
Don't use that for a basis either. I've done, and he gestures to himself as he says this, I have done a lot in what I thought would be the best thing to do, the least, to try and take some of the burden away from you guys. And don't get me wrong, I'm perfectly fine with that. I would do it over and over again. If I had 9 lives to give, I would die every time for you guys to my very last. But never feel that you have to repay me back for what I've done.
And what if I want to?
That is your choice to make. But I just want you to know to not feel obligated to do it. I would much rather see you be happy in a decision you make than do something you maybe necessarily don't want to do just because you feel you need to pay me back.
If I get to help you and the others, then, well, I would be happy. I wouldn't really care what happened to me. If you guys are happy, then I'm happy.
That's very much like you, Mara. So very like you.
It is at this stage, Mark, that as was described to you, there is a small vibration from your bag, as if in response to something in the back of your mind.
Alright, here we go. Mara will open up her bag and she looks inside for a moment before reaches in and touches something.
Val, you see Mara's hand reach in, and you see her eyes go wide, and she immediately topples to the floor.
I go to pick her up. And slightly start shaking her, and calling out her name.
One party member didn't die, another must.
Mara, as you touch this, you witness a vision. You are gazing at some form of a laboratory. You see a window of some sort of an assembly line. You see 2 jars with glowing bright souls in them. You see the head advisor stood over some form of control console, tapping away at things. Then your vision shifts. You see what appears to be a volcano. You see corpses dotted around it, scorch marks on them. You see undead shambling, and you are given a name. The island of Nambal. Nambal. It is as if a hand is aggressively writing it over and over again on a sheet of paper in front of your eyes. The scribbling is cacophonous, and then suddenly you hear vowels yelling in the distance of your mind, and you are pulled from this vision. Your hand is still in your bag, and there is a pounding sensation in your head. As well as the discomfort and ache of having just collapsed to the floor.
Oh. Okay. As Mara slowly comes back to the land of the living, she sort of just looks around in almost disbelief at what she saw.
Val's just holding her and is like holding her face and just still saying her name, waiting for her to respond back to him. Respond back to her name. He is visibly distraught.
Mara is going to look up at Val and just sort of slowly wrap her arms around his neck in a bear hug, and just she's sort of breathing heavily. I know where their souls are.
Val hugs her back as she hugs him, and he says, "That's great, but are you okay? What the hell was that?"
Mara is going to pause, and she's going to sort of pull away from Val and stand on her feet. A tight grip on her bag. And she sort of takes a moment, clearly thinking about what she should do here, before she looks back at him and says, "Can you keep a secret?"
For you, I'd kill lives and still keep a secret.
Mara is going to open up her bag. She reaches down inside, and out she pulls is the dragon orb.
Now, does this look like the dragon orb that Dickhead McGee had, or
Roll for intelligence.
just straight intelligence?
Indeed.
Okay. What are you? Oh, not great. That'd be math is hard. 8.
Man, it's difficult to recognize if they are the same, aren't the same. As far as you're concerned, they must be.
Is it like broken down the middle?
That is actually a valid question.
It is not. This appears complete. One whole piece.
Gotcha. I'm gonna assume that isn't just a giant marble you picked up.
It appeared when after we fought that three-headed dragon. It seems to think I'm special in some way. This is what told me it.
I see. Val, with a hesitant hand, goes to touch the orb.
Gotcha. You touch this orb, and how to describe it? You feel a power within it which is in and of itself like that of a dragon. It feels controlling. It feels impressive. Though it is not fully active. As these thoughts swirl in your mind, these different sensations of the kinds of dragons there are, you hear these words spoken in your mind. You are not the bearer. And your hand is thrust away from it. Not painfully, but as if an unwanted touch was removed.
Hands off my Dragon Balls.
Precisely.
Screw you, Dr. Gavin. I was in character.
Oh.
Yeah.
As Val's hand is pushed away, he of course I have to be a smartass. Val has to be a smartass. He says, most pleasant shunting I've gotten all week. And will just carefully guide Mara's hand, only touching Mara's hand, to guide the orb back into her bag.
And yep, she lets him, and she slides it back in before pulling the string tight and slinging it back over.
I don't necessarily feel anything evil from it, right? Just like dragon power overall, right?
You may roll me insight to determine if there is anything more to it.
Okay. All right, Metal D20. This is your last chance to impress me. You've been rolling low this whole start of this campaign. After this, you're fucking grounded. You said insight, right?
Indeed.
Okay. I just wanted to double check. Why am I reading my passive insight? That would have been a really high number. You guys would have been like, holy shit.
Passive insight. What is your passive insight? Oh shit.
Passive insight's 11. It is my worst one.
Huh.
All right. You survived not being grounded.
This time.
That is, yeah, this time. You are 17. You roll me 3 nat ones in a game again, you're grounded forever.
When I said blame the dice, I did not actually mean to ascribe agency to the polyhedron.
That was 17 insight, by the way.
You feel from this orb many different alignments. You feel a sense of evil, neutrality, good, the in-betweens thereof, and whether they are chaotic or lawful. There comes an understanding that you could be brought to lean toward any of these. The bearer is ultimately the decider. There is... I will allow you, since you did roll so high, to make another to see if you can determine in which way Mara is leaning currently.
Alright. So another insight check.
Indeed.
You're getting close to being grounded. That is a lousy 5.
Oof.
You attempt to reach more deeply into the sensations you got, but it was so brief that any further is muddy and nonsensical.
That's
useless.
Fair. What about specifically the thing that said you were not the bearer?
That is very simply the governance of the orb. A consciousness which exists more as a steward.
Yeah, it doesn't lean one way or another. It just, hey, I got this one job that I'm supposed to do, and I do it. All right. You don't have to tell me, but where did you get that?
It was floating in the water when we fought the three-headed dragon.
Right. You did say that, and no. If you decide to tell to the rest of the party, that is entirely up to you. I think if you need any assistance with it, you should tell Barrick at some point.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
But only if you end up needing help with it.
Okay.
Not that I don't trust Barrick, but I think we have a lot of already really, really powerful items that we should not have. But it's not going to be able to be kept a secret forever.
Right.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just...
He takes her face in his hands and forces her to look at him. Are you sure?
Worried, but fine. I'm okay.
Okay. And he'll kind of like bend her head down and kiss her forehead and let go.
Oh.
On another note, you said you saw the jars.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna take a wild guess here that we're not even remotely close to them.
Do you know where the island of Nambal is?
History check? Does Val know where Nambal is?
Go for it. Do a history roll.
Can I roll with advantage since I probably took a history class?
Do you have proficiency in history?
I do not.
Then no.
Okay. You roll low, I swear. You know what? No, I don't trust you. I don't trust you to not roll. We're gonna switch to your big brother, who rolled a 17.
Woo!
With that makes a total of 19. If I did math right.
Why can't you be like your brother? He has a job and a family.
Oh, yes, indeed. So, you hear this name, and a class you had actually paid quite a bit of attention to comes to mind. It was a study on one of the world's most known, and yet least understood, natural magical phenomena. A location in the ocean called the Vanishing Isles. A series of islands which...
Oh, you asshole.
You may only see certain amounts of certain islands if you follow absolutely specific directions. Think of it as being similar to the Sea of Thieves. It is a place where strange magic operates, where if you want to see this one island, you must go exactly north by the sea's wind, follow the whim of the dolphins toward the west, and so on. place where numerous sailors have gotten lost, where piracy reigns as king, and the only true law which exists is a faction known as the Pirates of the Code.
I'm like
The only
mad
other
dashing writing.
real authority are the mermaid kingdoms, but they tend to stay out of the affairs of landfolk. You happen to know that particularly Nembal is what could be considered the king of the Vanishing Isles, the heart of it.
Can you repeat that last one more time?
About Nembal,
Yes.
that it is the heart of the Vanishing Isles, the only way to truly chart where the center of the region is. And as well, the largest documented of the Vanishing Isles.
Good old Nimble.
Okay. Whew! That was a lot of information. Gonna need a whole actual book printed on that now, Lana, so I can actually, really role play into it. So now in relation to where we are, do I know how far away the Vanishing Isles, and more preferably, specifically how far away Nambal is, from where we currently are? And by currently, I mean like the actual palace, not where we are in currently.
So, we're talking just sailing time, correct?
Yep.
You would be aware it's, depending on winds, potentially a year, maybe half a year.
Holy shit.
Ocean's big.
Oceans are big.
It a journey.
It's a whole ass voyage. It ain't a journey. It's a whole ass voyage.
It's about two.
The voyage is part of the journey.
Not incorrect.
Don't leave your hobbits at home. Actually, wait a minute. Leave your hobbits at home. They can't swim.
They'll eat you out of the ship. Do not bring hobbits on a ship.
Aw, no one laughed at that. You all suck. Anyways, so with this being said, roleplay. Nimbal. Wow, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. But I remember a lot about it. It was fascinating to learn. It's the biggest charted island, I should say, in the heart of the Vanishing Isles. And like I was saying earlier, I was right. It is not close. Competent crew, decent wins, 6 months at the earliest, maybe, and a year is probably the average.
Oh, okay. And, well, it gets worse.
Oh, God. I mean, I should have expected it, but...
If we go there, we will have to face not only the advisor, but also the son of Tiamat, my great-grandfather.
Dun, dun, dun! Sorry.
You gonna have a Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader dragon battle? I will not fight you, Father.
Finally, someone makes it. Someone says it. Finally.
I sense the good in you.
Anyways,
Yes, moving swiftly along.
that is. What's the likelihood we'll just get a free pass and he'll leave us alone?
I mean, he didn't kill us when we last saw him, so, you know.
You know, the family reunions are just all trash right now. Well,
Lana, that is one way to put that. Another way to put that would be she's also technically the descendant of an evil dragon goddess, which technically makes her royalty.
Yep.
Indeed. There's a reason she wears the crown. Which she does, in case anybody hadn't remembered.
Yep.
oh yeah.
Crown
yeah,
of
no,
importance.
I remember.
Wait, Mara wears a crown?
Yes.
Yep.
Indeed.
I've not really had physical descriptions of all the characters.
We should perhaps do that at some stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should probably come up with a better overall description of my character. Because there are many features that are physically important.
Well, unless we're doing a hot tub episode where we're all getting in the bath together, I don't think a lot of them have to be said and can be wait for like specific moments.
If we're going to be on a ship, it's absolutely happening. There's no such thing as privacy. Are you kidding?
That's valid. Moving along.
We're going
Yes.
to be a very, very close-knit group.
You know we're gonna have to tell the rest of them, right?
Just don't tell them I got it from the orb. Say that we found some documents or something.
The orb, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't exist.
Thank you.
With that being said, there's no point in searching around here. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. I was just really hoping that it would be that easy. With that said, I guess let's join up with the rest and not mention anything further here. I'm starting to get a bad vibe.
Alright.
And Val will turn around and start heading back to where we left the rest of the party at. Maybe that fool's woken up finally.
Alright, let's go. And she's gonna start walking back.
Alright. Then you all return.
Okay.
Person in my chat.
Before we get to, I was actually just about to mention the chat because holy shit, this is fucking gold. Thank you. You guys are great.
Yeah. Metal D20 is the high school dropout working fast food.
So like half my year, got it.
Family, am I right?
Oh, what other top comments have we got here?
We got, damn boy, that's a big ass boy. And then I posted the other ones in the chat.
Can we officially have that for the sardines, chocolate, and hollandaise sauce, please? Can that be canon? Can that be canon to Wizards of the Coast War now?
I would surely like it to be. I would delight in the ability to just go yes.
By the way, I would like to acknowledge the fact that the past 20 minutes of roleplay have been spent pondering an orb.
Yeah.
I mean,
You are very welcome, Susie.
Oh, good golly. Oh, good golly gracious me. You all are cursed.
why, thank you. I take that as a compliment.
I made my character that way.
Technically, I also made my character that way, and I
Oh,
also just
indeed.
realized
Oh,
that.
I'm well and thoroughly aware.
So as they
All
come back-
right. Barrick, Gavin, Gideon, unconscious as you are, you're here too.
Yay!
I'm so
sorry,
sorry, by the way.
Gideon.
Just had to be sitting in the sidelines.
Look,
It's like
the
out of
fool should've-
character. It's like I feel very so bad for you, but at the same time, it's like that in game like.
Let's just say what happened last session was a very shocking development.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just gonna say, out of character, yes, I agree with our dwarf here. I do feel bad, but at the same time, in character, look, the fool doesn't do it to himself.
Yeah. It's like
I believe, to be generous, we can say that by the time they get back, you are beginning to rouse to yourself being very bound, Gideon.
Gavin looks over as they enter the room. Did you find anything?
Yeah. Some old paperwork that was so fucking old it basically crumbled right after I picked it up.
Insight.
Are you metagaming?
No, Gavin is just very cynical and looks into everything everyone says.
it's just
His entire
all-
part of his entire thing is truth. He values that, so
I don't know
because
why
he would have also liked to have read it.
yeah, that as well. But he likes knowledge and does not like lies. But also, to be fair, he has disadvantage on this because he's tired as fuck.
Haha! Yes!
That's a natural 1 with the disadvantage.
Oh fuck yeah! As long as I don't
Otherwise,
fucking
it would have been a
crit
20.
Oh,
yeah,
thank
yeah.
God.
You hear them say that, and those are words. Boy, those words sound so believable that they are unquestionable. What words they are.
Woo.
Some
Yes.
low quality paper.
Yep. Low quality paper indeed. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time not laughing.
Well, they write it on tissues.
Looked like toilet paper to me. But anyways, that's not the point. What the point is what was
The fuck
written
is
on the
toilet
paper.
paper?
Oh, you sweet baby boy, you. I forgot you've been gone for 150 years. So anyways, doesn't matter what it was written on. The point being is that what it said. And we got confirmation through reading it that it mentioned, I almost forgot the name of the place again. That we're going to be taking a little trip over to the Vanishing Isles, specifically Numball.
The mall?
Numball.
The mall. Oh, well, that's just brilliant. That is.
Now, dear Doc Gavin, that is home sweet home right there. You were oh so delightfully blessed to be born on that island.
Well, that's a long journey. And you don't
Very
have to
long.
look for or hire a captain for that. I can take you there.
Beautiful.
Ugh. I
Um,
wish I never had to go back there, but
It's where it said that the souls are being kept at, so.
of course it bloody is.
And there's more.
There always is.
if we go there, we might have to fight Tiamat's son.
Along with a boatload of undead.
Oh, delightful.
Great.
Well, it's a good thing I specialize in killing unsavory things.
I'm honestly more worried about the dragon. Not gonna lie.
Will it just be the dragon, or would we have to worry about Mr. Former
Oh.
Advisor?
Yes. There was
Because we don't know where
mention
he
that
is.
there was mention that he was there as well.
I'm looking forward to that jugular.
You're gonna have to beat me to it. But I have 2 jugulars. I suppose I can sacrifice this one.
Oh no. Like we said the other day, I get one, you get the other.
That's true. That is true.
However, I do think we have Gideon starting to wake up.
Ah, brilliant.
Val walks over to Gideon and is like kind of like snapping his fingers in front of his ear.
Gideon or Mara also walks over and sort of leans down in front of him.
Yep, Gideon. First of all, Koga, make sure check your mic.
All right.
Excellent, good. You hear them. Your awareness is returning to you. You feel the hunger yet, but you are no longer bound to it. You have your conscious thought around you and are aware that you both attempted to rock their worlds and they rocked yours.
Hey, Gideon,
Mm.
do you hear me?
Mm.
Are you aware of what I'm saying? Just nod
Gideon
yes
with
or
a
no.
nod.
Okay, perfect. So Val goes from crouching in beside Gideon to standing up and just absolutely kicking him in the ass.
Literally from the front.
Just
He sort of
literally
grunts
Reaches
at that.
all the way around.
Oh my gosh. And basically he is kicking as he's kicking Gideon, he says, "Why did you fucking lie to me this morning?"
You might need
Can't
to
really-
untie his gag there.
I knew he was gay. I knew. I wasn't actually expecting an answer, smartass.
Angry Val.
Yeah, you lied to him and put the party at risk because of it. He's pissed. Afterwards, he will at least untie or at least ungag him.
I thought... Jesus. Ow.
You're lucky that's all I'm considering doing to you. Had I left you to them, and pointing over to Dr. Gavin and Barrick, they were ready to kill you.
Yeah, sure feels like it. Thought I had a...
Your mic's cutting in and out.
Koga?
Did we lose him?
We might have.
Hello? Oh, my bad.
Ah!
I was about to say, rip
He
Koga's
hit
mic.
his mute button.
I hit mute, trying to turn it on, and then got turned around. My bad.
All good, all good.
I hit mute while it was on because I got confused. Right. I thought I had it under control. Well, that wasn't the case, obviously.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, but I don't suppose any of you can, you know, I'm still pretty hungry.
Yeah, we're heading back. Can I trust you to untie you so we can get back, or am I gonna have to keep you like this?
I wouldn't trust me either. Do what you need. I would definitely try to warn you, but probably be best if you didn't.
Good enough for me to keep you tied. Alright, so basically at this point, and he's gonna look over to Barrick and be like, Barrick, help me fucking slide this asshole over. We're leaving.
Alright.
And we're basically just, I'm just gonna grab him by like the back of his armor and just scooch him across the floor. Back over to the desk where we go to leave.
Yep, and I'll help.
Because I don't think my +1 strength score could do it by myself.
And, oh yeah. I'm gonna need new armor thanks to you, Gideon.
Yeah.
I'm sure we have some in the vaults.
Yeah, 'cause probably safe to say as soon as we get something in you, in terms of sustenance, Gideon. I think everyone's gonna sit down.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, um, uh, you remember the whole haunting situation, right?
Yep.
I don't think she has the how do I say this nicely? I don't think she has the best intentions for any of you.
Oh,
The-
great.
Wait a minute. Who? I clocked out for a moment. What?
His wife.
Ah.
She sort of told me to, you know. I really didn't want to, but she kept telling me, ordering me to try and. I'm sorry, Alvin.
Listen. First impressions don't really mean a lot to me. More often than not, they're bullshit. I like to exude that with most people. But let me make this perfectly clear. I served the king of this nation hunting supernatural beings, destroying them, as well as hunting down and procuring artifacts. I specialize in it.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that you are a good person, but let me tell you this right now. I don't care if you're telling the truth about Gloria telling you that or not. I don't care if you're lying
It's
on
not Gloria. It's not Gloria.
Who?
It's not Gloria. It's his dead wife.
Yeah, sort of.
He's literally being haunted by his dead wife. Sorry, gotta catch you up on to speed on that.
Well, it's really weird because, you know, it's not actually ghost, it's really weird.
Well,
Yeah, we're still confused on that one too.
regardless, I don't care who's telling you what. You tell us what's going on, and you do not ever pull that on any of us again, or I swear, it does not matter what the others do here, I will end you.
Yeah, I accept those terms. He just sort of nods.
And Gavin, after being extremely serious, just smiles a bit, so long as we have an understanding. And leans back in his chair, head back, exhausted. Wake me up later.
Wake me up inside. No.
I need that too. I've been dead inside for years.
We're just gonna
That's
pump Dr.
1
Gavin
point
full
of
of
psychic
caffeine.
damage right there. 1 point of self-inflicted psychic damage.
Woo!
But yeah, Gavin, you get comfy in that chair. You are out.
Kind of just
Like
looks.
a light.
Wait, are we still technically in the downstairs, like in that other space, or have we
I was
gone
about to
I
back?
say,
mean,
did
you
we-
guys did leave, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, we were moving Gideon to leave.
Yeah.
So
I don't think we ever.
Like, Gavin, where did you sit down in a chair, I guess?
I figured that we went back to like a meeting room or I don't know, the dinner table or something. I have no clue.
So we could probably just say that we
Okay,
went back
yeah.
then.
Agreed. Then you are all in one of the various living rooms of the castle.
All right.
While
Gavin
that's
immediately
happening,
starts snoring.
while that's happening, Val, I almost forgot my own character's name. Val has told basically a servant to go and get a pig and said, basically have it brought here. And if they question him on why, he's gonna be like, he's just gonna look at them and be like, do you really, really want to know?
It's like, but yeah, Gideon definitely. It's it will definitely be a continuing conversation as to the whole situation with what happened down over there, because that put everyone at risk. And I think it's probably safe to say that, although I can't speak for everyone else, it's one of those things where we have to make sure that the party is as a whole knows what's going on and can stand up, because we would preferably not like to have a repeat of that happen again.
Agreed.
Okay. I do want to. You guys did a really good job on everything. Sorry again.
Yeah, just don't lie to us. We can't we can't read your mind.
And
We can get a vague idea, but we can't read your mind.
and
Gavin wakes up very briefly. I technically can. And
Dr.
falls
Gavin,
back
go
asleep.
back to your nap.
I also could, but that's on a very limited basis.
Yeah.
And
Okay, fine. Some of us here could read your damn mind.
but we wouldn't necessarily think to do that. And we cannot help you if you are not taking that step to ask for it. This is very seriously one of those things with what just happened that you will need to be proactive about asking for that help and being like, hey, I'm starting to get a little peckish. Can we find something?
I really did think I had it under control, and she just started whispering in my ear, telling me that it would. God, I should have kept the breath, or at least a little bit longer until she started popping up. I'll start warning you. I'm sorry. I didn't.
While we're at the palace, there is literal animals that we can slaughter for you. Like, it isn't a problem. In fact, the chef may even give you payment for doing it.
Right. All this. Hopefully, animal blood does work.
Yeah, because as Val said, while we're here, and if animal blood does work, is able to at least help out, that's easy enough to, get while we're here. It's a much different situation when we're out in the field and we don't have access to the supplies.
Right. So I guess. Oh God, what do we do if I get hungry in the middle of far away from any animals? Do I just burn that bridge when we get there, or?
We should,
I'd rather try and figure something out before then.
Yeah, I
but
was
if
about
it
to
comes
say,
down to it, we might.
I'd much rather have at least one or two fail safes, or at least rough plans in place should that happen. Now, and have that set up as like a rough thing now, and not have to worry about trying to make something when that does happen, like if and when that does happen.
Right.
If we really have to, I'm more than willing to give you my blood.
Oh.
But I would really like to avoid having you start becoming accustomed to the taste of human flesh.
We could always
Right.
try taking a keg of blood for emergencies and just take it around with us.
I thought about that, but the only concern I have with that is it going bad or leaking out. It's instead of an infinite keg of booze, an infinite keg of blood would be nice.
Yeah. So when is it coming over? Oh.
It's like, or if there is even something like I don't know, like a bag of cooling or like something similar, and we could just keep like blood bags essentially in it.
What the fuck? Oh.
I'd say let's fill up the portable hole, but yeah, I mean, at some point, I think that's just going to be inconvenient to try and drink out of. Along with, we have all of those cubes in there, and
Keg of blood in the portable hole.
maybe might work.
Can we stop talking about blood until I'm actually, not hungry?
Oh, right. Where the fuck is that pig?
Gavin's startled awake.
I think it's at this point that you had asked one of the random servants passing by to bring this in, correct?
Yes.
Then, indeed, one of them comes in, just sort of manhandling a still squealing pig with difficulty. Like, he's kind of like bearing down over it, slightly holding it down as this pig is squealing and scampering against the floor. It's loud, it's obnoxious. It's like,
So
what
Val
is
will.
this for, my lord?
You're gonna want to leave the room as soon as I do this. So Val walks over, grabs one of the pig's ears, kind of shoving the pig's head between his arm and his knee, and holding it at an angle as he pulls out one of his swords and slits its throat.
Ooh.
Koga,
Yeah?
you smell this immediately, this lovely fresh blood, and a surge of need rushes through you. You feel this intense need overpowering any conscious thought to get that right now and have it.
Gideon is immediately beginning to struggle life, anything he can do to try to save those ropes.
Make a strength check at advantage.
Alright. Ba-ba. 20.
Dirty or
Yeah,
Dirty
yeah,
20.
straight. It's basically straight up 20.
Dirty 20 though.
So yes, it was a 20 as a result of modifiers.
Yeah, with a +1 modifier. So then dirty 19.
Okay, so with that, you all hear those ropes creak, begin to strain, and snap in seconds. And Gideon,
God
your
damn it.
body is moving almost against your own will. It's like a thing that you're just sort of sitting in a seat watching. You all witness Gideon pounce on this pig, and there's gross, nasty, loud slurping noises. And this servant just sort of is standing there looking absolutely horrified.
Sword still in hand, he turns to look at the servant, saying, "Didn't I say leave after I cut the pig?"
You barely gave me a chance to, my lord. What is he?
Shush. You will not speak of this outside of this room.
What he said.
You kind of see his mouth just moving and flapping, and he just sort of nods, and holding his hands up, just backs away. Just backs around the corner. It is this noise of Gideon drinking is the sort of sound that makes your own blood feel uncomfortable in your very veins. It makes your skin crawl.
Mara's face goes a bit green as she immediately runs to the nearest bathroom.
Oh no. What's the chance that I could pickpocket Gideon right now for the rope?
I'll tell you now, Gideon is not paying attention in the slightest. It probably wouldn't be an issue.
So
I'm
what I'm hearing
assuming.
is with advantage.
Unless
You may just
Monica-
take it.
I was about to say, like, Farrah kind of just like, hey, Val. He holds up the rope that Val gave him earlier.
No, yeah, just the fucking my 100-foot self-coiling rope, just half of it in tatters. Is this whole campaign gonna be just about Val buying rope?
Rope is very useful. It has many
And it keeps
applications. Some
breaking.
of them very kinky.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Kind of depends
We've
on
done
what
that.
he's into.
We've done that with Gloria.
Oh.
Does no one remember that?
Now that you mention it, it sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah, it was back when we
that's
rescued
like
Gloria
how I
from hell.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Mara tried to kill her, yeah, I remember now.
Alright, Gideon, cough it up. How much gold did you have on you?
I have. Let me see. Where is it? Down here. 90 silver. I believe it's silver. And 63 gold.
3.
Bro had basically nothing on him.
Hey, 63 is more than what I had, so just saying. But he's broke now, so it doesn't matter.
Dude, I'm the treasurer and I have 20 gold.
Look, I had you beat by 16 then, so shush.
So, Gideon, there suddenly comes a moment where you are thrust back into full awareness. What you taste in your mouth right now is
proper.
Almost like alcohol, the level of intoxicatingly wonderful this tastes. Yet you feel full. You look down, there is a massive pool of blood. There is a lifeless pig in front of you. Your hands are absolutely coated in it. The sleeves of your armor are drenched in it. It's running down the breastplate of your armor. You feel it's trickled down your neck. It's soaked into the gambeson underneath.
Gavin hands him a towel.
Gavin, I thought you were asleep.
You woke me up with your shouting earlier.
We'll end the pig.
For
the
for
shouting-
reference to anyone who is watching, Gavin did not look away from that display the entire time.
Oh, oh God. Oh gods. Thank you.
Yeah, at least we know that animal blood works.
Yeah.
Seems like
If
it
we're
does
going
work.
on a long voyage, then that's a good thing. Because fish have blood, and there's plenty of fish in the sea.
I think it's more so a matter of how much than in terms of fish.
Depends on
I mean,
the fish, honestly.
If anybody wants to make a medicine check, you can try and determine just how much it took from this pig.
Fuck it. Nat 20 for a total of 27.
Woo!
I was about to ask, could I make a nature check, but I don't think you need it.
Barrick, you look at this and your calculating facts and instructions based mind can immediately tell both that the pig is dry. In fact, looking at it, you can see it's somewhat emaciated looking now. It's sunken in features. And looking at Gideon, it comes to you that Gideon, while sated, looks like it may not last. Enough medical knowledge of a vampire pops into your mind to know that this may only last him a few days.
Kind of like, I see Barrick just making calculations, just like. Good note is that the one good thing is that you take blood. However, based off of my recollection of reading about vampires and based off of how much blood there was in that pig and its current condition with how emaciated it is after Gideon ate, I think that's only going to last you for a few days in terms of like being sated. So
Is that just because of the fact that he was blood starved, or could we possibly remedy this with, like, I guess, feeding him for a couple of days and basically put him back on a normal eating schedule?
it could probably remedied for the generally if we kept him to a generally consistent feeding schedule, like it would at least be enough to at least keep him like satiated to not let what happened with him, being like blood starved. But it would likely need to vary depending on the size of the creature we give him. So, if it's something like that size of pig, he'd be fine for a few days. But if it's something like fish, you likely would need a fair bit more.
Wow, this really will be like a Sea of Thieves section where we're just spending time fishing, going to our location.
I have a solution for while we're on the water.
What's that, Dr. Gavin?
Well, there's many creatures in the sea, and there's more than a few that are more prized than others, though they are sometimes somewhat difficult to catch. There are specialists for it and specialized equipment for it.
Hey,
And the other materials that we could get out of it would be very useful for us along the entire journey. It could feed the rest of us as well as providing us oil lamps. Well, money as well if we sell off parts at resupplies at different islands. Whaling.
Hey, Lana?
Okay. Well, how much is it going to
Aye.
cost to have this specialized hunting party essentially to come with us? We're not talking like a few month trip. We're talking at best 6 months to a year.
Let me put it this way. In 2 days, you're the king.
Fair.
I need to. Okay. Gideon sort of slowly rises to his feet. There's like a slight sway as he does so. Where are we traveling?
Oh, right.
What?
You were unconscious.
We're
wants to give
traveling
him-
to hell on earth.
Oh, been there.
No, not this hell on earth. You ever heard of the Sunken Isles?
I don't think so. But can't we just like find a description of the place and Mara can use her staff thingy?
The Sunken Isles are
Wait, does it need
difficult
to,
to
be Mara
navigate,
describing?
very far away, and the Vanishing Isles. Sorry.
Well, Mara can teleport across to literal hell. I think might work
Does
for
it-
the Isles.
Does it need to be Mara describing it?
Well, I was able to describe what Lyressa's place is, and she was able to go off that in order to teleport there.
If that's the case, and we have enough charges, if we could get Dr. Gavin to provide a description and Mara is able to describe it well enough.
This entire time, Gideon is sort of staring at his own hands.
However, that is something we need to consider, and either way, we still need to prep stuff for you, Gideon.
Oh, right.
Relying on a staff based on a description from me,
It's
based
worked
on
before.
my memory, is not going to be reliable.
Well, it's probably better than spending years or whatever to tell there. Plus, I'm sure we can find some description of it in some book or something. I'm going.
I have been
I'm
out
going-
of the loop for 150 years. And I have not been there since I was 10 years old.
So longer than that.
And the area's probably changed. I don't know if that affects the staff.
The only
but-
thing that I can guarantee, unless some pirate gang or warlord has managed to bring people together, it is war. constantly between all the different small little factions.
Right, I'm going to wash off, I think. That's fine.
At this point, Mara is going to walk back into the room.
You alright?
Is that to me or Gideon?
Mara, I think.
Tomorrow.
Alright, yeah, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to eat pork for a week.
Oh yeah, Lana, quick question. What does Gideon Empire, considering of how closely they are related to, like Russia and stuff? Like, roll for that, or...
I would tell you, you know virtually nothing. Knowledge of this connection, even really of any specific knowledge as to the biology of succubi, is not known to the priesthood of Lyresha, being as these connections are still recent.
Alright.
In fact, even wide acceptance of Lyresha is still recent.
Alright, got it. Well, Gideon will just make his way in order to where he needs to go in order to wash off, Oh, actually, never mind. That's a fucking horrible idea. Just walking around covered in blood.
I handed you a
Probably not
towel.
the smartest idea.
I handed him a towel.
I don't think that doesn't help that much in this situation.
We're
It'll help a little.
adventurers. It's fine.
Does Gideon know if there's a nearby place to wash off that wouldn't draw the eye of like a million servants or whatever?
No, not really. You would have to walk through the halls to get to one of the rooms.
Okay, great, I can't really walk around without people thinking I killed someone. I'll just stay here for now until someone can lead the way.
That reminds me, I should get like looking down at barracks very much. Cut up armor. I should probably get my armor replaced.
Replaced or fixed. One of the two.
Real quick, Barrick, you just said you looked at your wound, correct?
Yeah. Your
brain, now observing the fact that there's a wound there, has suddenly remembered, oh hey, that ought to hurt. Oh good heavens, does it hurt. We're talking, like, debilitating, sudden pinprick eyes, sit down kind of pain.
like everyone will just see Barrick look down and just be like, oh Jesus fuck. And just absolutely just sits down and be like, nope. Not moving, don't.
It is too early in the day for this.
What are you doing?
I mean, if anybody looks over at Gloria, she is just sort of sitting there peacefully, not really conscious, but not unconscious either, sort of, in that fainting state.
Gazing off into the void.
Oh yeah, because she did look at Barrick's wound and it was just like, oh Jesus fuck.
You just watched Gideon eat a whole ass pig.
Breathing is fun.
Everything's fine.
play D&D, guys. Everyone has a great time.
All right.
Gavin leans down to Gideon. You should probably talk to her.
Yeah, I know.
Val, you and I need to discuss a few things for the coronation in 2 days.
Right.
And mostly just procedures, what exactly will be happening, going over the coronation process, the ritual, all that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we still didn't get a fucking council together.
That will come after the coronation.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a more pressing question for you, actually, besides a council. But I've come to what is, I guess now, my office. And I go back to the advisor's office, which is now my office.
Dr. Gavin, I gave that room specifically to Gloria, though.
That's fair.
Like,
Well, I'll
if
need a
Gloria
different
doesn't-
office then.
Yeah, the treasurer's office probably is still available. I don't imagine Dickhead probably replaced you.
No, that's fair.
You're more than welcome to the material that's in that office, because I'm sure Gloria does not want it. Let alone would it be of any use to her, and I assume the two of you are mature enough to collaborate if that does end up coming up.
Yes. I'm sorry. I am
No.
tired. I am
No, you're
tired. I
fine,
am a
you're
little bit
fine.
out of it. I know the basic things to go over then. I go back to my old office.
Another room that has remained untouched for the last 150 years.
So much dust in here.
I like the idea that it's cartoonily dusty to the point that, like, when he opens the door, it just poofs. Like, there was dust on the back of the door that tried staying in place, but literally doesn't have the body structure, so it just goes poof.
So you attempt to open this door. It's still locked from when Gavin left, because Gavin, I imagine you did not enjoy the servants of the castle disturbing any of your work.
Oh, absolutely not. In fact, there's
So yeah,
one
it
thing.
has been left
There's one thing in there I
entirely
definitely
untouched.
didn't want them to touch at all.
It
Oh,
is
that's right,
still
where's-
locked.
Where's my key? I pull out the old key to unlock it. Does it still work?
You put it in, and it requires a significant deal more jimmying to get it in, and then it like makes a few uncomfortable noises
Bloody
as
piece
it's
of
metal
glass.
against metal grinding. But then you hear a click as it does unlock, and the door suddenly swings a little, and it goes as it moves those couple of inches.
Remind me to replace the
Locksmith.
lock and the hinges and the
I was
door.
just about to say probably at least call a locksmith, but yeah, I think you're right. I think just getting a whole new door would probably be better.
Gavin wipes down his desk and looks over to the old workbenches and whatnot, and there's cases all about of different items. Some of them very interesting, like archaeological dig finds, little fossils here and there, and others are somewhat more fresh, a bit more gruesome. You're guessing trophies of things he managed to hunt down and exterminate. He walks over to one of them where the case is a bit blackened. He lifts up the cover. Oh, good, it's still there.
So, I would like to describe what this particular item is, if you do not mind.
Do you know which one I am talking about?
Oh, you actually did have something specific in mind.
I do have something specific in mind.
You'll please tell me in DMs.
Yep. Real quick.
Can we actually call for a quick bio break right now?
Alright.
Absolutely.
Woo!
That sounds perfectly reasonable.
Alright
It
then.
is.
We will now take a break, and we will see you guys in 15-20 minutes. See you soon. Hope you guys stick around for that, and see ya. And we are back. Hello.
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah.
Back again. Yeah, we're back again. Oh yeah.
Everybody. Yeah.
All right, and last I checked, we were doing things. Yeah, I don't know what. I also hear the stream echoing on somebody's end.
Oh no.
Echo.
Yeah, I'm not sure on whose end that is, but I can hear stream.
I was checking on my different items in my office.
So,
And
Welcome
if I
back,
may.
Susie the Bear Girl.
yeah, you can describe this item if you want.
So, when he lifts the,
Susie's back.
I assume this is like a
Tell your
blackout
friends.
curtain, a shroud.
No, it's like a glass case, but the glass has been stained black.
Ah. So, when peered into, you see an item, a container. It's walls made of brass. Symbols have been very neatly and tidily etched into it. There is, of course, a crack down one side where it appears that something had been damaged, yet magical auras still visibly emanate off of it. It is a dark thing, and it seems that there has been some work done to change these etchings. Certain ones appear to have been modified visibly, like metal filled in and re-etched elsewhere, in order to, rune by rune, reshape the intention. Though, upon really looking at it, it is easily told this is a phylactery, the item in which a soul may be kept and maintained for the purposes of lichdom. Whatever energies radiated off of it is what has made the glass of its case so thoroughly opaque.
This. Well, all the things you see in this room are different things that your father and I picked up on some adventure here or there. This is one of 3 items in our last expedition together. One of the things that we found was that orb of dragonkind that used to be in the vault. Bloody advisor. But this, as well as this, and out of one of his many hidden pockets, he pulls out what looks like a ornate black mask with symbols of fuckery all over it, right? This and this belonged to a lich that had been working for about a century. We managed to finally find him, and mask has a very handy property now. Counter magical.
You're cutting in and out.
My God. Give me a moment.
Yeah.
Apologies. Discord
No,
just
you're
does that
you're
to
all
me
good.
sometimes. What all did you get from that?
Something about the mask and the phylactery.
And anti-magic.
Yeah, and that.
So the mask, the Lich's death mask, is a thing that I have that basically can cast dispel magic or counterspell. And then I look to the phylactery. This, I managed to, well, stomp this onto my boot. And ever since then, I've been, or I was, tinkering with the remains of it, putting new runes and effects on it, possibly to bend the remnants of it to the will of a new owner. Not the same as it once was, of course, but it would have very interesting properties. Perhaps keeping someone from dying. Still needs a bit of work, though.
You
Don't
say that,
imagine
and there's a
100
little,
and
bzz, like a little zap of static electricity that jolts your finger. That happens to be a little bit too close.
I
I imagine 150 years didn't do it any favors in what you were trying to have it achieve.
No, I imagine it's going to take a damn sight longer now. Some of the, I can already tell some of the enchantments have worn off. I was close to finishing it. Now it's going to take much longer.
Val claps his shoulder and pats it and says, "Don't kill yourself or blow up the palace
Oh, trust
or
me.
anything worse than that."
Despite the dangerous nature of what all we're looking at, I tend to have a very good track record with these things. I wouldn't worry about it. I have it under control.
Oh, hopefully that track record stays.
And at the very least, this is the only, well, relatively unstable item here. Everything else is fairly mundane for finds, but useful.
Got a collection, that's for sure. It's a shame I never
Indeed.
came down here more.
I imagine you and I would have had some real fun back in those days.
You sure I wasn't going to be too young for you? Wait, that sounded wrong. That sounded wrong. I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
No, wait. I still had a question for you
Right. I'm standing
regarding.
over here, though.
Do not worry. I won't bend that way. So.
Okay, technically I flux, but that's besides the point. What's the question?
This is a very odd question to be asking.
Well, I said
But,
something really odd earlier, so I don't think you can beat me yet.
well, you're going to be king, and there's going to be a council, of course, but typically a monarch has a partner, a queen.
Yeah, got it.
I don't know if you had anyone in particular in mind for that, but if you did, you might want to bring that up relatively soon so they can be coronated as well, and well, also
You see Val kind of like scratches the back of his head and he says, "I have someone in mind, but I'm not going to ask them until after the coronation."
That's fair. That just means it's going to
And
be a
just
little while before we get on our way.
yeah, and I'd rather get a council set up since basically I'm being coordinated and then Van Moosing. Or I could stay.
Oh no, we definitely have to go find them.
I
It's
agree, but I can't leave the country without anybody, and I'm sorry, the pay
well, while we're
salaries
getting
for the priestess and the head of the guard, I think, like, they didn't sign up for this job,
well,
so
once we get a council named up and started out, we can head out. Probably not immediately on the voyage, but there is actually something else I wanted to check out. I've not really
well
taken a moment to think about what's happened to me as of yet, but
well, we do have speaking of the council, and Val's gonna shuffle around like his pockets basically, and he's looking through the sheet of paper that he wrote up fuck all forever ago at this point, back when we finished doing all this shenanigan shit. I have the notes here actually somewhere. Here they are. Um, and pulls out this paper and motions it over to Dr. Gavin. And basically, this, by the way, looks horrid. This would, if you were my teacher, you would have failed me.
good
Uh,
God, what is this handwriting?
hey, the handwriting is nice, damn it. The absolute any cohesiveness to it as far as like what the contents are absolute garbage.
I may have a doctorate, but I don't have doctor's handwriting. I'm a scholar, not a medical physician. This looks like a medical physician's handwriting.
Sorry. Anyways, it's a list of the potential potential changes of the council that I had wanted to make. The party helped me get a base idea of what I wanted to do. And basically what you're going to read is that there are the names of the various families that Val would like to pull from for council members. Um, and then you will also see basically that there is the new council positions representing different factions of throughout the city, as well as an additional faction which will be more or less a neutral faction, and these are actually like ambassadors or people not of the city state. Um, but you'll see like there's a nobility, merchants, working class, the lower class. Um, Val has a couple of families in mind to pull for the nobility, the merchants guild, for the merchants. Um, the working class, basically, he says we'll find some. uh, it actually would probably be much funnier for me to actually just take a picture of this and send it to you.
Are there any names, Lana, among this list that I would recognize?
Oh god, I
I
am gonna have
mean,
to take a picture.
I
Hold on, I got you covered, Lana. They're, you're gonna have to forgive me on the spelling because I rush write.
dun, dun, dun.
That's should cover everything. And then we're gonna go to Discord, and then we're gonna go. I'm gonna throw it in notes for lazy tieflings.
sounds good.
And please correct when I send. You're an absolute whore.
The fact that it rotated.
Yeah, it sometimes auto rotates, and then other times it's just like, nah, fam.
Bondlin Shipmakers, traders, and Gareth, Perry, Novellis.
I will tell you
Menendez.
right now. You see the name of House Perry, and immediately that brings back a myriad of wildly unpleasant memories of attempting to take them to court and having them not just run circles, but they loophole their way. One time, they loopholed their way into getting paid for doing some shady business that, by technicality, they were not actually related to and were, by technicality, the victims of.
Any other
And
names on here I recognize?
you recognize, of course, House von Dahlen. You would know Alphonse, the head of House von Dahlen, his wife. Aura, you'd know her. You'd know their family. You'd know.
They're pleasant.
Let me. Yeah, you'd know
Alright.
basically. The respectable one.
Oh yeah, he
You
was
recognize.
the anti-racist. Yeah.
Indeed. You'd recognize House Formus. You would know that they are another of the more friendly families. They dealt well with supporting the outer cities of Elven lands, helping to uplift them and help with rebuilding efforts when they were attacked by bandits or were plagued with famines. House Gareth is another good one you'd recognize, as their trade deals are always fair, even if it disadvantages them, and they treat other races decently well.
Novalis?
House Novalis, you'd know, doesn't really have dealings with normal folk. They deal specifically in the arcane, the magical, enchanting.
That could be hit or miss, but yeah. And Umendasis?
Umindus.
Umendus.
Here, I'll put down all of the correctly spelled names.
I'm
No offense, of course,
sorry.
Val.
And Enormous. Noramus.
Indeed.
warned you.
Fondalen, Gareth, Perry, Novalis, Umindus, Formus, and Noramus.
Many of these
Now,
names.
which one did you ask of?
Those who is Umendus and also Noramus at the end there.
You would know Noramus personally. Lord Noramus is known to be kind of picture him as a Teddy Roosevelt type, who goes out adventuring, enjoys a big stick. He's sort of an outlier. He deals with the armies. He deals with, and also pardons if any of this is.
He's a real man's man.
Aye. Also pardons if any of this conflicts with information previously told. My notes have, for whatever reason, been reverted, so I'm having to remake some of this in my brain.
It has
Oof.
not. And Noramus,
It's
last
okay.
one.
The 2 photos that I have is all the notes I have about it, anyways.
House Noramus, you would know they're kind of diplomats. They speak to others. They mediate. They were effectively the level-headed, steady hand of the council. At least before it got incinerated. And functionally the only thing keeping House Perry from despotic rule.
Fondolin is a good man. I know him personally. I actually went out with him and your father a few times. He's a very good man.
Yeah, we were told that we need to go speak to him and his wife before we started doing anything with forming the council. Um and
Lovely,
then House
lovely.
what was it? House Perry seems like it's going to be the biggest thorn in our sides, as it seems they have dirt on every family.
Just burn them
And
out, honestly, at this point.
well, the thing is, what we were trying to avoid was that we don't want to not like we don't I know I don't want them on the council, but the thing is I don't want to bring another family onto the council and Perry's just shadowing behind them anyways.
I can give you story after story after story after story of all the horrible, horrible things that House Perry has done in the background,
It,
behind
it,
closed doors, in shady alleys. You want nothing to do with them.
exactly what I literally just said.
Yeah.
I don't want to bring a potential council member that is good. They themselves are a good person, but because House Perry's got dirt on them, I don't want House Perry puppeteering them and essentially just having House Perry on the council. Do you see what I mean?
Yes. Well, it just means we'll have to find a way to really expose House Perry for everything they've ever done. They've been very, very careful so far.
Yeah. And I imagine these last 150 years they've only gotten better at it.
Everyone slips up every once in a while. I managed to get them on one thing a while ago. Nothing else. Bastards. Formus is really good.
I
Strong
believe
man.
I believe Formus is a potential we wanted for the working class. I don't remember offhand. Barrack. Barrack. Was Formus someone we want? Was Barrack? Was Formus someone we wanted for the working class or the nobility? I don't remember.
Oh, Formers was the one.
They're part of the artisans, so I imagine that we were probably thinking the working class for them
Yeah.
for representation on the council. So
Novalis is sketchy. Don't get me wrong. Most of them are fine, but my experience, you never know with wizards. Some of them like to
I'm more inclined
behind other
to
back.
agree with you on that.
Yeah. Some of them like to, more often than not, and he turns back
Send you
to
on
the
a
black case, make things like that.
or send you on pointless endeavors so you hopefully never come back for ever or exile you.
That was the other thing I wanted to talk to you about. While we're in a state of getting the council up and running and still having to do things here before we go on our voyage, I would like to go back there to the valley. My memory is a bit spotty.
Well, add it
Maybe
to
I
the
need to
list.
maybe I need to sit down and think on things, but if I'm back, maybe they're back too. Which would cause all kinds of, which will be causing all kinds of chaos if that's true. And if they're not back, that's still really bad.
The place you went to go to?
Yes.
Well, add it to the list. We have a list of things we need to get done too, so
That's fair.
it was a long list before you joined. It's gonna just grow longer with you here. Not that I'm blaming you, I'm just stating a fact.
Well, we've got tedious things to go over, and we've got your coronation in 2 days. So let's start getting that ready.
Agreed.
What are other folks doing?
Yes, what are
for
other
for
folks
this
doing?
day, and probably the next day, because this is gonna cover until the coronation. Honestly, crowning of the king part 2. I want to crown the king.
God damn it, let's just crown him and be done with it. I want my arc done with. I want to work on other people's shit.
There's one thing I kind of want Marin to do, but I don't know if I should do it now or wait until after the coronation.
Well, that's up to you.
Well, ask yourself, yeah, does it make sense to do it now or wait? Because Mara seems an impatient gal. She seems like the sort that I want to do it now.
That is exactly the problem. Mara's like, oh, I need to go do this like now, but I'm like, you know, we should probably like hurry along with what we're already doing. So I'm conflicted.
Well, you literally
Mara says now, do now.
You literally have 2 days to do the thing, so do the thing.
All right. So, yeah. So yeah, just whenever she gets a chance and like everyone's together, she's going to just go up to them and ask, I need to talk to you guys about something,
What's up?
So I am needing to. I'm gonna be using the staff to head back to my home just for a little bit. I need to go and speak to my grandpa about something. If you guys want, you can come along, but if not, I should be fine, you know, just letting you guys know so, you know, I don't disappear on you.
Gavin gnawing on a chicken drumstick. I'm assuming this is like at dinner. What's this stuff? I've heard a little bit here and there of it.
And she pulls out the staff. It's this staff that I got from the vault, and by speaking in a language called Nervenum, I can open portals to places that I'm familiar with.
Not Gideon sort of spoke up. Since he doesn't even have to be that familiar with it, as long as he has a good enough description, it works.
Interesting.
This is
Does
why
it,
I wanted.
Does it have a number of uses for it, or is it just...
It currently it has 3 charges, and it recharges 1 every week.
Yeah, I wanted to use this to try and, go to the Isle, or whenever, instead of spending the year or so it'll take to actually get there on boat. Obviously, we would need a description of the place.
I don't think I'll be able to give you an accurate description of what it looks like now.
You
Let alone what a vague one would. It's
You-
been
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's been over 170 years since I've been there.
Fair enough, but that would, if we managed to find a description, it would be easier that way.
you
Oh.
don't need to worry about that. I've seen it.
Oh, and right, Mara, can't you use your sword for... What was it? You can use your sword to scry, I believe? For find people. What was it? What did you do with it? Back when you found Gloria.
My sword can show me visions depending on a certain keyword that I give it.
Right, so even if you didn't have that visual, you could theoretically just use that, maybe.
But, yeah, did anyone want to come with me, or,
I could come with, but we would have to, come back eventually if I get hungry again. Or find something to do.
It won't be for any more than, like, a day at most, so...
I mean, especially
Alright.
considering there is the coronation happening in the next few days, so. Or at least I think that's what the hopeful plan is, to have Val coronated.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, who I've unfortunately been leaving for delegating tasks around the palace with, which is the head priestess and the head guard, as well as Brianna, because Brianna, I could probably go for a day with you guys, but I will have to come back for the coronation.
Yeah.
Alright, so, well, I'm willing to go, as I said.
Yeah, I could probably go. I just want to make sure I have better. Make sure I get my armor situation worked out. It's probably this entire probably since between the time that between the time that Barrack sat down and from dealing with the pain of the wound and dinner that later, whenever they're eating later that day, or this conversation, Barrack really hasn't moved much.
Just you guys don't have to come if you don't want to or don't have the time. I can do it. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm going, Mara.
Okay.
Gavin looks up briefly. Looks at the two of you. Eyes move to Val.
Val's eating with a straight face.
There's a knowing look. I go back to chewing on my chicken.
I really want to quip with something, but no, I'm not going to. How obvious was that to Val? That Dr. Gavin was looking at him in that moment.
He's not particularly trying to hide it, but oh no, make a perception check.
I mean, I'm gonna say I mean, Lana, feel free to stop me, but I'm gonna say a passive perception of 15 probably noticed.
Oh yeah.
Still too young for you, Dr. Gavin.
Most people are now.
Dang!
Hey, look, some people are into that.
Sure, but I have a date with a
Dang!
plant. I have a date with a plant later.
And if Val, no matter what Val was eating or drinking just a moment ago, he chokes on it.
Believe me when I say I mean that in the most affectionate way possible. While still trying to make you choke on your food.
Wouldn't
golly.
wouldn't happen to be a week's travel west of here, would it?
A week's travel. Weren't we there yesterday?
Yeah. Nope. Don't worry about it then. It's not fine. Fine. Never mind. And he just goes back to like he takes like 3 more chomps of his food and excuses himself.
Val still got some reserved feelings.
Oh God, no. Just he has some what's the wording? There's a special word, or not a special word, but there's a specific word I want to use, and my brain has done an absolute info dump.
A special specific word.
Shh. I can do the English. It's fine.
Specialific word.
Basically, he has to go and
Val will remember.
Oh, no. Basically, he needs to go and see somebody who lives out that way.
Yeah.
So, and that is where we're gonna leave that.
So anyway, any specific times work for you guys, or?
Well, I'd say after a meal, but I think Barrack might actually kill us if we leave before he can pull a deal.
Or at least
walk over there
let
and
me
lay on
deal
hands.
with the pain.
Yeah, or let him deal with the pain and something.
You know,
like,
I could just walk over and lay on hands.
Oh, it's not necessary. He's relatively recovered right now. It's just the after effect that like the adrenaline was going for that entire thing. It's just the after effect of the pain.
Well, whoever's going, I'm gonna have to stay here for that. I have coronation work to do.
yeah.
I mean, I could probably always just sit. It might be easiest for me to just sit out, just to let me recover from the pain.
Well, I mean, we could just leave ass early in the morning after we wake up.
Because I know, like I said, one of the other thing I have to kind of deal with is dealing with my armor situation.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be better for you to stay behind then. Just so you can get that sorted.
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on Barrack.
Alright then, so it's just me, Val, and Gideon, okay.
Alright. And we agree to leave in the morning then?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, my grandpa was always kind of a morning person anyway, so that works.
Alright.
Did Gideon have anything he wanted to do this evening before we close out this day and move on to the next?
You know what, sir? I think Gideon would try to do research on Vampiro. Just to have some more information on himself.
I do have something I'd like to do before we close out this day. So after that, because it's quick.
Night goes and morning comes.
Yeah, because it's like I will say it's like if Barrick is not asked to do anything else like that, like the rest of the night, he's just gonna find a place to rest and just be like, nope. Drink some pain meds and just be like, nope.
Just finds a bench in the library and is just like, yep, this is where I exist now.
Gavin is now to 1 point of exhaustion.
Woo!
Hey!
Look, you're
He's
getting
doing
better.
great.
I feel like cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
No one knows what that means, but I'm sticking by it.
Nope, we're just gonna roll with it. Because that's what we do here. We fake it till we make it. Actually, Gideon, do you mind if I do Val's thing real quick first? Because I imagine yours is probably going to be a little bit longer.
I don't mind. Go ahead. Do what you need.
Okay. So after dinner and after everyone kind of disperses to wherever it is they are going to relax in the palace, because there are more or less infinite number of places you can decide to do that. Val goes back to his room and goes behind his desk. And actually, before he goes behind his desk, he starts a fire in the fireplace and makes sure that it's kind of really going at this point. And then he walks behind his desk and opens up a drawer, pulling a letter out that has been sealed with a wax stamp of his family's crest, and walks over to God damn it, Diamond!
No, I wouldn't put that past Mara either.
I couldn't resist.
Anyways, pulls out this letter that has been wax sealed and stamped with his family crest, and he walks over to the fireplace, holds it in his hand for a second, as if considering something, and tosses it in the fire. And then he'll sit down in a chair beside that fire and watch that letter burn. And that's it.
Oh boy.
You will never know what was on that letter.
Fan fiction.
Oh god, no, it wasn't. I didn't throw a book in the fire.
Nah, that's Barrick's thing.
Alrighty. Gideon Boyo.
Yes, sir.
You're looking for information on vampirism, is that correct?
Yes.
I won't make you roll for this. When you do go looking, What you find is sadly not helpful. You do find documentation on vampires. This you do find. But what you find, you quickly learn, is relevant only to what most understand to be vampires. Those turned by a blood disease. Those whom can only consume humans' blood, that can only consume, well, I say humans, I mean humanoids, can only travel out during the day, are mostly feral, only occasionally still sapient creatures, soulless, undead. You learn of their weaknesses to silvered bullets, holy symbols, silvered weapons. But it becomes apparent that none of it is really relevant to you. Even just the fact that they are soulless, you are aware that you still possess yours.
Hmm. I am aware of. Okay, let's just clarify. Gideon is aware of like the very like basics of vampirism. He understands that it is linked to his goddess, correct?
You would not know specifically that it has anything to do with Lyrussia.
All right.
Being as mentioned, acceptance of her and her beliefs are still recent, as she only took this position of godhood recently.
All right. Interesting. Can I seek out? Can I do some more searching for that secret area of the library? Has Merrick already found that? Was that the whole forbidden thingy?
Barrick has already been there, yes?
All right. That's okay. Never mind then. Let's clear. Let's make it sure.
Looking in the forbidden section at Hogwarts.
All right. Can I find books on Iressa then, or did he be aware that he would have like pretty much all the information that would be accessible, being one of her priests?
I mean, you go looking for books on her, and they tell of her being one of the greater succubi of the hells. That you'd be lucky if you met her instead of the actual goddess of succubi, or at least as it was at the time. But yeah, it quickly becomes clear to you that these books are outdated.
Outdated. So okay, so there was a previous goddess of succubi then.
Indeed, she was
Any
not
information you
pleasant.
can find on that?
You begin looking, but there isn't any readily available to the public. I mean, knowledge of Lords of the Hells is not exactly a piece of public information.
Interesting. All right. Suppose with that, he would just head off back to his room, or what have you. Nothing super useful.
Okie dokie. So will that at least conclude your researching for the now?
Yeah, I'm not sure what else he would research.
Gotcha. Well, then indeed you return, perhaps with an unsatisfied feeling. But at least you learned that no information of the previous evils which inhabited the hells will be spread and cause danger. At least not by channels which could mislead.
I have a quick question.
Go for it.
Would I have noticed him at all going through any of the stuff and all the things that I was working on and going about doing?
Like, noticed him coming and going?
Going into the library, into the forbidden section, all the different things, looking, researching.
Were you in the city library? Or even in the castle's library?
I would have been in the castle's library at one point or another.
Yeah, you would
Looking
have
up a
noticed
couple
him.
things for reference.
You'd have noticed him looking in the section of more supernatural creatures.
Hmm.
At least for as long as he was there.
Can I stealth into his room? Before he gets there?
I mean, roll for stealth.
This is going to be a disadvantage still because of the exhaustion level, but whatever. I have a decent amount of that. So that's an 18.
Okay. You successfully managed to enter into Gideon's room without making any clear indication that there is any entry into the room. You don't leave evidence that you have been there.
Hmm.
Gideon,
I wait for him to come to his room, but I'm like skulking in the shadow, whatever, in the that he's not see. So I know for a fact that when
Calm
he
down,
walks in and I
Batman.
speak up, he's just gonna jump.
okay then, you can do that. Gideon, you return to find your room perfectly fine. Nothing at all strange.
Yep. Saying that, Gideon would immediately start going through his own things. He's clearly looking for something.
Are you looking for anything concerning your current condition?
Ah! Huh?
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
I'm
Yeah,
just
I
picturing
actually...
that he
Go ahead.
jumps, papers go immediately flying into a cloud in the air.
I did mention before that I specialize in hunting creatures of the night. You could have come and asked me.
Well, I know, but you seem really busy.
I can multitask. But also it's night now, so it's a better time for conversation anyway.
Right. Well, what do you know? As he's talking, he would pull out a sort of blank
Lana,
journal and a writing utensil.
Lana, I would know everything we talked about beforehand, right? A few days ago.
Yes. Yes.
So, interesting bit of note. What you are is quite a bit different from a normal vampire. You are what is very basically known as a true vampire. Most vampires only come from either blood disease or making deals with dark beings in the hells, beings that deal in undeath. True vampirism is a very special case. Typically, when a succubus lays with an individual, they consume their soul. When a succubus falls in love with a mortal, this does not happen. Instead, there is a transformation into a sort of undead state. You become stronger, you become far more fearsome, and you gain a form of physical unaging, immortality. But you crave the lifeblood of others.
I sure don't feel that much longer.
It grows with time.
Alright, how common is this? I'm sure it doesn't feel that common.
Well, that question requires a little bit of context. It used to not happen at all. Almost ever. The original goddess of succubi was very ruthless and very strict. She was deposed, and her replacement was much more lax, much more forgiving, and much more inclined not to simply consume all the souls of all mortals and destroy, the universe and everything.
Correct, and that is my goddess. He briefly touches that holy symbol around his neck.
Interesting.
And obviously, as Dallin is talking, Gideon is writing stuff down.
Even then, cases of true vampirism are exceedingly rare.
Have you seen any before?
No, you are the first.
Huh.
And I've hunted
Have-
vampires before.
Right. Thank you for the information. So, do you know that much about Lyressa, or, well, more importantly, that previous goddess?
Lana, remind me what all we went over about that goddess specifically, or did I go over everything that you told me fairly well?
I believe you covered everything quite well, at least as far as I remember.
Hmm. I'm not overly familiar outside of what I've spoken of your goddess. Quite frankly, my doctorates are in archaeology and applied arcana. I know quite a bit about buried history, dead history. I know a bit about magic, quite a bit about magic.
Yeah.
But even though I'm technically a registered priest, I never exactly I'm not exactly a cleric. Religion is not my specialty.
It is mine, me, being a paladin and all.
I'm afraid I'm guilty of what others have called opportunistic piety before. So I've
Okay.
had conversations with gods, prayers with all different gods, depending on the situation. I always hold up my bargains, though.
It's not too bad as long as your worship is true. This is gods.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's a new one.
Um,
You mentioned your late wife before, right?
right. I've see.
I think I'm
She.
feeling her.
Excuse me, because she did. Oh
I
God, she
I
spoke.
can I can feel her presence at the moment. I don't know if you're hearing anything
She
from
is.
her right now, but
She is talking.
anything interesting to say that you'd be willing to share?
Yeah, she's saying, God. Nothing that pertains to you. Nothing super important.
I'll take your word for it.
He visibly just looks away. Oof.
Listen, I don't know what happened. You don't have to tell me. Talking about it can help, but whatever it is, if there's any
Yeah, you can maybe help. You can. There's this one thing, this one topic she repeats. She keeps telling me to do something she wants me to know. Something that seems to be driving her. Apparently, I have forgotten something important, and she wants me to remember.
Hmm.
If you would like, you may roll Arcana real quick. If you'd like to get some more insight as to the nature of what it is he is experiencing.
Ooh, even with disadvantage, I'm doing great on these rolls. 23.
Who are these?
To be fair, that's with a natural 10.
So you begin to rouse from the exhaustion and focus your senses. What before had just been a feeling, your ethera, that is your capability of focusing in on and sensing magic, heightens. You see wisps of energy. You begin to see a glowing apparition you see a phantom with an unmistakable aura about it. This is not just any phantom, this is a phantom of the cards, an item summoned by the true deck. This phantom has taken on the form of a fallen Aesimer, whom looms. You see clawed hands dug into Gideon's body, piercing through him. You see his soul blazing brightly, but energies of it bleeding into this phantom of the cards. To any magic spell, even the most powerful form of magical detection, this phantom would be invisible. Only someone so attuned to the dark, to the supernatural, would be capable of detecting such a thing. You see her as real, and you see her smile. And she leans down to whisper more in Gideon's ears.
Gavin rolls up his sleeves a bit, and this is the first time he's actually done this. So you'll see like what's in the image that I have there of several white tattoos of runes and sigils all up and down his arms. And he quickly, well, but subtly, starts speaking a few words and incantations, and the runes glow white, blinding white almost. I am casting Discern True Name Creature on this entity. It can make a Wisdom saving throw if it likes to conceal its true name.
You want me?
Alrighty, first time I'll have needed to get the dice out.
So you-
Ooh.
Oh no,
You
guys, we
see-
fucked up. We're making Lana do work.
Uh-oh. When the DM rolls, the players tremble.
That is a 15.
That fails. I learn this entity's true name, and I can hold that name in my mind for the next 24 hours. I'm going to use another rushed incantation. And I'm going to utter insight. I pronounce the true name very carefully, sounding every sound and syllable of its construction. I will learn, at the DM's discretion, one of the entity's bonds, flaws, or personality traits.
Hey, what level is that spell?
The first one I cast is 3rd level. The second one is 1st level.
Hey, Lana, real quick, this is a real quick question. Answer it
Yeah.
how you may. I'm just typing it out to you.
With utter insight, learning one of the target entity's bonds, flaws, or personality traits. It is your discretion. What do I learn?
Hold on. Let's want to clarify something real fast.
Mhm.
We're having a quick conversation and games.
Yeah.
Hey, so you cry. You see, Amy whisper in his ear. He very briefly glances at your arm. He hears you whisper this incantation, and he suddenly acts. He speaks but a word, and that spell dies in your lips. That is a counter spell. What are you trying to do?
Really
can
quick,
see
Gavin.
her. I'm
you
trying to
say you can see
identify what
her.
this is. Yes.
You see her tilting her head back and a silent laugh, as Gideon has just defended this thing, functionally feeding on him in a way.
I'm going
Gideon?
to ask, what are you trying to do to her?
Gideon. I'm
Answer
trying to identify what it is. Because
what
that...
she is.
No. What it is.
Her name?
Because that is not your
Amy.
wife. That is a manifestation of the spirit of one of the cards of the deck of many things.
What the hells are you saying? What are...
I'm saying you are being manipulated.
Do you have
And
any
I'm watching
proof
it
at
laugh
all?
at you.
She's
I need
laughing
you...
because you failed.
Gideon. What's this? Gideon.
What?
Look me in the eyes. And understand me when I say this. I will never, ever tell you or anyone else around me a lie. I need you to trust me. Please.
Real quick, I gotta do something.
Say that one more time.
I'm gonna do something real quick. I just need to clarify something, and then I'll continue this.
Yep.
Hey, Lana, to clarify, do I have advantage on this?
Mm,
Like, what did... Alright, so I'm going to roll this real fast, if we all don't mind. Hey, does 10 work?
one moment.
I'll be 10. This is a nat 5, plus 5, 5, 6, 7.
Just one moment.
Hey Gideon, real quick.
Yeah.
What's your proficiency? What's your wisdom modifier?
My wisdom modifier is a 3.
That wisdom save should be higher.
I mentioned that before, yeah, in the chat.
Yes.
Your wisdom modifier should be,
It
your
should
wisdom
be
save should be an 8, I
not,
believe.
Yeah.
7. Yeah,
There
7
might
or-
be some character sheet maintenance to do with Mr. Motley Nerd here.
I don't know how to fix that. I'm gonna be honest.
Here, let me pop on there real quick.
Because if you say it's wisdom is a +3 modifier, we're at level 9, so that's a proficiency bonus of a +4 if you are proficient in wisdom saves. So that if that's the case, you should have a minimum of +7.
I was right. He has the global saving throw modifier set to 2 for his aura on all of his saves, but he does not have his saving throw proficiencies checked, which would be wisdom and charisma for paladin, I believe.
Oh, so I have to select that actively.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
Yep,
no,
it's
you're,
wisdom and
it's
charisma.
fine. Yeah.
For paladins.
I thought that was like if you have like a bonus or whatever. If you have advantage, I have no idea what that was.
Don't mind me being very knowledgeable with Roll20 for DMing other games and having DM access on the pages here.
5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that would be a 14 plus the bonus of the ring, which would be 1 or 2.
So that's a
So
15
yes,
minimum.
you are able. Sorry to talk over you there, Barrick.
Okay.
Oh, what was that?
It's like that was like a 15 if you count the ring. If you take the 1. Go ahead.
Either way, you do manage to focus your mind and realize that her influence is untrue. Gavin's words ring as truth to your ears, and you realize that you have basically been blindly believing.
This Gideon does, in fact, look him in the eyes. But, okay, I understand.
It was the first spell that got counterspelled, right?
Correct.
Okay, I cast that one again. Shall we use the previous save that it made?
This one, I will just say, succeeds.
Awesome. I'm going to utter insight, so I learn one of its bonds, flaws, or personality traits. I already know it's a liar and a manipulator. This is indeed a foul presence.
A quick reminder of what bond, flaw, personality is usually referred to as, at least in D&D ruling. Just a quick refresher.
It's literally the personality traits and how this entity sees the world would interact with thing. A bond is the personality traits is, quirks, ways it acts. The bond would be its motivation, its purpose, what makes it do things. And the flaw would be, well, what's its character flaw? What's its weakness, basically, in its own personal character?
Very well, then. You learn specifically the bond. When you cast this spell, you receive what is a flash of memory. This memory that you receive is of her dying moments. She is holding Gideon's hands. He is crying openly. She hands him one of the ethereal feathers from her wings. The manner of her passing is obscured. What you see also is this memory turn, twist, as you sense this entity trying to twist that image darkly. That there is a truth, and that this is, in a way, a lie.
It's a half-truth, a fabrication, an altered story to make it more believable. Based in truth, fed with lies. Got it. Let's see here. Okay. And now I'm going to do one more rushed incantation here. And I'm going to cast Utter Ego. Speaking the entity's true name, but skipping any of the syllables that refer to the innermost self. The target creature within range is charmed by you until the spell ends or it takes any damage. The creature is friendly. When the spell ends, the creature does not know it was charmed by you. The duration is 1 hour. There is no save.
Interesting. You cast this, and what you see is its claws immediately recede from Gideon. And Gideon, you feel a lightness on your shoulders, a weight lifted off of you that you were not even aware was there. It feels like you can take a deep breath again, where before you were only taking shallow gasps. And a pressure on your mind you could not feel before, you're both aware of and are freed from. You can hear yourself think.
In my most fluent natural native language, which hilariously is infernal.
And you are a tiefling.
Yes. I speak to this entity and say, "Begone, foul entity. Whisper poison into this man's ear no longer. Leave. Return and be destroyed. Leave and be forgotten." This is no threat. This is simply how it is.
You speak this, and immediately there's a sudden crackle in the air as a point of what seems to be pure starlight in the air blindingly shines. Gale force winds tear the room, blowing you both off your chairs to the ground. An implosive force sucks the magic out of the room, and you hear a thunderclap that can be heard for 100 miles around. Your hair is all standing on end as ringing echoes in both your ears as you see a single card gleaming. It then is let free, and it flutters down to the floor.
You know, it doesn't matter how many times I do it. Exorcisms are always frightening.
You both are also now completely empty on spell slots.
I do not use spell slots.
He drained. But Gideon goes to pick up the card. He is not saying a word. He is silent.
It is also a little hard to hear yourselves speak, but with the sheer force of everything around you.
Gideon.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. My bad.
I stand up and I walk over to Gideon, and Gideon's a decent bit taller than me, but is he standing? Is he sitting? Is he still on the floor? What's happening?
Standing, he is simply reaching for the card that fluttered down.
As he's picking up the card, I simply put my hand on your shoulder. I say, I'm sorry you had to go through all of that. I'm sorry you had to experience all of that. You are free now.
Yeah, I guess it could be considered a freedom.
Your mind and your heart are your own. Never let anyone else take them.
Mm.
They are yours. If you wish to give them to someone, certainly give them to someone. But never let them be taken.
I think I think I just need to be alone for a bit. Thank you.
I understand.
Um, thank you for your help, but this God wasn't even her. Wasn't.
It's all right.
Here I had some hope that maybe the gods.
It's all right.
Now the room is a mess too. Ugh.
I'll help you clean up, and I will leave you to sleep, if that is your wish.
I don't think I could.
Perhaps some
Damn.
tea.
Go ahead. My bad.
I said, I just said, perhaps some tea. It may help.
Yeah, I'll go do that.
And I'll get Gavin. Fuck. Gavin will go with Gideon, get some tea, and simply rest after that experience. No words, so long as none are spoken back to him. Just, I am there with him, for him.
Yet Gideon would not speak a word, simply cleaning up the room. He barely even touches his tea. He is simply focused on slowly, methodically cleaning up.
And when asked to leave, if he's eventually asked to leave, he will leave.
He wouldn't tell him to, but he clearly wants him to do so. Like, he's not gonna outright say it, but it is
Once the room is cleaned, he will go ahead and leave.
Yeah. And then will simply lay down on the bed, alone with his thoughts for the rest of the night.
And that is where I will end my evening.
Yeah, this is
What-
where I'd end mine too.
What happens in the morning?
Hot damn.
God damn you too.
Lana, give them inspiration.
that was a very solid role play, you two. That was great. You know what? Yeah, I will allow both of you inspiration for that. Alrighty, I think that is also where we will end it.
Yeah,
with
we've
Agreed. Yeah, we're,
So the
we're a
next-
bit over.
way over.
The next session will be the crowning of the king, part 3.
Yeah.
Hopefully the final part.
Well,
Wait, next week is what? Ko's campaign, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it absolutely
That was
should
over.
be Koga's
And the-
campaign.
Yeah.
Following is gonna be
Following week, LARP.
And
Okay,
So
then.
see you in 3 weeks.
Yep, see you in like almost a month. I hope you enjoyed this session, and I hope to see you